And they're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A stumble at the start for Z-End. It's Queens over threes and Queens Cat. As it's Queen's Cat who gets that lead over Queens over threes. The gray Fabulous Fox tries to make it a line of three on the extreme outside. ZN recovers in fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, and a length and a half back to Sweet Anniversary, who brings up the rear. Queen's Cat leads the brigade into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Queens over threes needs to keep up in second. Fabulous Fox nudged a pun in third. ZN is towards the inside fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, and Sweet Anniversary behind a wall of horses at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Queen's Cat the first to face us. ZN is on the outside, and then it's Queens over threes. Sweet Anniversary is up the rail, but 8 lengths off the lead of Queen's Cat. 1 furlong to go. It's Queen's Cat who leads by 2.5 lengths over ZN in second. They run down to the winning line. It's Queen's Cat. Queen's Cat, the 6-5 favorite, wins. ZN second. Sweet Anniversary third. Queens over are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in about 21 minutes on the gate. And they're off. Spicy Ticey and Crystal send out for the lead. Burbee's Honey in between those two in third, now up into second. Then a length and a half back to Lady of Mercia, tracking in fourth, a half length to Braccasso in second last, and a gap of about 7 lengths to Marigold, who's at the tail of the field. Crystal spurts clear by 3. Burbee's Honey in chase mode second. Spicy Ticey on the outside. Lady of Mercia advancing up the rail, up into third, 5 lengths off the lead. Second last, Braccasso, and then many lengths back to Marigold, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Crystal. Crystal comes off the turn, leading by 6 lengths. Lady of Mercia and Burbee's Honey bumping an upper stretch. They're second and third. And then it's Spicy Ticey on the outside fourth. 1 furlong to go. Crystal has a lead by 3.5 lengths. Burbee's Honey, Lady of Mercia, Spicy Ticey chasing. They come down to the winning line. Crystal's fatigued. Burbee's Honey nails her right in the shadow of the wire. Superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in 23 minutes at 1:55 p.m. on the gate. And they're off. Can You Hear Me Running? Broke well and goes out for the lead. Solo's Fury displaying speed. Here's Jules in the Bay advancing up the inside into third. And then it's Interstate outside in fourth. A gap of about 4 lengths to Eric from Miami, passing Socks for Daughters, fifth and sixth. 3 more lengths to Bolt to Run in second last, and a half length to the trailer. That is Ice Time. 2 horses press at the paces to make the entry to the turn. Solo's Fury and Can You Hear Me Running? These two spar for the lead. Jules of the Bay, 3 lengths behind in third. Then a length back to Interstate in fourth. A margin of 2 to Eric from Miami, who's about 5 lengths in front of Socks for Daughters. Ice Time is outside of him, and Bolt to Run is near the back as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Can You Hear Me Running is inching away from Solo's Fury at the top of the stretch. Jules of the Bay is on the outside third. Eric from Miami fourth. Then in fifth, that's Interstate. 1 furlong to go. Can You Hear Me Running on top by 3 lengths over Solo's Fury. And then it's Jules in the Bay. A late rally from Eric from Miami up into third. Your winner, Can You Hear Me Running? Solo's Fury second. Eric from Miami third. Jules fourth race, Finger Lakes. Add Michael Imperio to the ownership of the one latest edition. Michael Imperio. And they're off. Great start for Thin Legs, who sends out for the front end. Lady Quinn splitting rivals. Bayou Melody in between runners as well. And latest additions at the fence in fourth. 2 lengths off the lead. Has to check slightly to get off that inside. Lincolnville Beach now passes that one as Lady Quinn had the check while in third, now in fourth. 6th place belongs to In Traffic. Outside of her, Jackson Avenue. And 4 lengths to Ruby's Mission, who's at the tail of the field. On to the turn. 3 furlongs to go. Thin Legs has a lead by a long neck over Bayou Melody second. Lincolnville Beach in contention outside in third. 3 lengths back to Lady Quinn to the inside of latest edition. Further out is Jackson Avenue in 6th as they turn into the stretch. thin legs. The gray with the lead. Lincolnville Beach swung wide for the stretch drive and able to get to the front end with 1 furlong to go. Bayou Melody now up into second. Thin legs in third. Then in fourth, Jackson Avenue. 16th to go. It's Lincolnville Beach in front by a length. Lincolnville Beach wins over Bayou Melody. Then it was Thin Legs and In Traffic. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, lead pick 4 wagering. Post time race number 5 in 25 minutes. They're all in the gate and they're off. Tommy the Torch, Storm and Sammy. Storm and Sammy gets out for the early lead. G Money counters up the inside. Second, Colton goes in third. Coach Ba, he in a stalking position in fourth, 3 off the lead. 2 lengths of Tommy the Torch in fifth. 6th place belongs to Big Rich, who's about a length in front of Mila Grosso's towards the inside, second last. OP Firecracker at the rear, half mile to go. Storm and Sammy has cleared off by a length and a half over Coach Bahi, who engages outside in second. G Money shuffled third, 2.5 lengths. Colton goes, who's nudged a punt in 4. Tommy the Torch urged in 5th. Big Rich outside of that one, 6 lengths off the lead. And then it's OP Firecracker out of last and 3 lengths to Mila Grosso, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Storm and Sammy, the first to face us, but under pressure. G Munnings up the inside, might have to switch the outside, but there's still room there at the rail. And here comes Big Rich. Big Rich on the outside now assumes command. Storm and Sammy is fatigued. Then it's Coach Bahi and Tommy the Torch, 16th to go. It's Big Rich and Tommy the Torch, first and second. Big Rich victorious. Tommy the Torch second. OP Firecracker in a first sense. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and pick 3 wagering. Post. They're all in the gates. And they're off. It's Mama Rock Me from an inside post, sending out for the lead and opening up by 3 lengths. Banking Silver on the extreme outside up into second. Saratoga Sunset towards the inside in third. Then in fourth, that's My Gorgeous to the inside of Penzima. 2 more lengths. One of the Grays, Nobody Blink, about 7 lengths off the lead and a gap of 6 lengths to the back markers. Tavern Talk is to the outside of Go Get It, who's at the tail of the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Mama Rock Me leads by 2 lengths. Banking Silver tries to pack away at the margin in second. Saratoga Sunset towards the inside in a joint third, with Penzima goes wide for the stretch drive. Then it's My Gorgeous in fifth as they turn into the stretch. Mama Rock Me on top. The leads 5 lengths over Banking Silver, who's all out in second. Saratoga Sunset Grandstand side in third. Penzima fourth. 16th to go. Mama Rock Me give jockey Andre Worry 2 wins on the card. Banking Silver second, Saratoga Sunset third, Penzima fourth. And late daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 21 minutes at 4:04 p.m. And they're off. It's Honest Reason dashing out for the lead. Signifying Nothing, flashing early speed, and accompanies that one on the outside in second. Bald Kitten third, Party at the Post in fourth, as it's Good Mission who scrapes the paint in fifth. 6th place belongs to Felix's Flower, 5.5 off the lead, and 3 lengths to Queen Sally in the 7th and trailing position. Honest Reason into the turn, has a lead by a length and a half. Signifying Nothing outside in second. Good Mission towards the inside in third. Bald Kitten, Felix's Flower outside. 4th and 5th. Party at the Post shuffle back to second last, and Queen Sally is at the back of the pack as they turn into the stretch. Honest Reason has a lead. The lead's about a length. Signifying Nothing, not giving up outside in second. Good Mission towards the inside, and then it's Bald Kitten. Queen Sally on the grandstand side, still about 6.5 off the lead. Deep stretch. It's Honest Reason who's clear by 2 over Signifying Nothing. Honest Reason in front. Signifying Nothing second. Then it was Queen Sally and Good Mission wins the card for trainer Linda Dixon. 8th and final Finger Lakes. No changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. And they're off. A little bit of a tangled start there for recorded time. It's back to Kali, who's accelerating out for the front end. Broccoli Drive goes with that 1 second. So Leslie outside in third. recorded time with a big burst of energy up the inside, up into a joint third. Fifth place, only LaDuce, followed up by Scarlet Queen, who's deep on the course and 7.5 lengths off the lead. Cozy B is near the inside in some tight quarters, second last, and 4 lengths to Wayward Queen, who's at the back of the pack. 2.5 furlongs to go. Back to Kali has the lead by 2 open lengths over Broccoli Drive. Celestia is 3 wide. Recorded times at the fence in fourth, followed up by Cozy B, who goes wide for the stretch drive in fifth as they got 3/16 to go. Back to Kali is homeward bound, has the lead by 3. Celestia's up into second, and then it is Cozy B on the grandstand side in third, 16th to go. Back to Kali and Celestia, first and second. That's how they'll finish. Back to Kali, give Worry 3 on the card. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes. A Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. Very summer-like conditions here at Finger Lakes. Temperatures, last I checked, would be in the upper 80s, low 90s. Track is fast. Got about 57 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, there are no changes in race number 2. Race number 3 do have a couple of scratches. Scratch number 1, 9 and 4. And scratch number 4, Take the Gold. 9 and 4, Take the Gold. 1 and 4 out of the third. With the scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta wagering, no superfecta wagering on race 3. Race number 4. No changes. No changes in the fourth. Race number 5. Scratch number 2, Funny Forecast. Scratch number 3, Nick's Factor. Scratch number 6, Flying Phoebe. Funny Forecast, Nick's Factor, Flying Phoebe. 236 all out of the 5th. Race number 6. Scratch number 7, High Yield Hunk. Number 7, High Yield Hunk, a scratch from race 6. Race number 7. Got a couple scratches. Scratch number 1, Gold Templar. Scratch number 6, 2:30 a.m. Gold Templar, 2:30 a.m. 1 and 6 scratched from the 7th. 8th and final. Scratch number 4, Invaluable Will. Number 4, Invaluable Will, is a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes. Don't forget, Memorial Day at Finger Lakes is always a big day at the races. And there'll be chicken barbecue, a Fairport food truck that will be here. Caruba's will be located right in front of the clubhouse. Enjoy a delicious half chicken coleslaw, salt potatoes, and their famous garlic butter for just $16 or 2 for $30. Also the track apron on that day. All your summertime favorites via the Fairport Hots food truck, serving from noon until 4:30 p.m. Also, your first $10 wager is on the house. It's the $10 Bet and Get Bounce Back Memorial Day promotion. Make a $10 win, place, or show bet on any Finger Lakes live race with the mutual clerks of the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to receive a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for $10 gaming free play on your next visit. 1 redemption per person. Free play offer valid for 30 days starting May 26th. And if that's not enough, your Finger Lakes racing program is free on Memorial Day at both program stands. And we'll have our first stakes race of the season, the $50,000 George W. Barker Stakes. So a lot going on at Finger Lakes Memorial Day. We've got about 54 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. This will be our first full week of live racing of the season. We are carded for Monday through Wednesday. We're going to continue to do that throughout the season until, Thanksgiving. Summer seems to have begun, although it is supposed to be cooler over the weekend. Going to have a hot day today. Nice day to get out there, watch some races, get out in the grandstand. Go up to the wire, see Shirley, get some refreshments. A lot of fun today. And speaking of fun, next week's our big day. Memorial Day at the races here at Finger Lakes. Always excited. It's just a good day to come out to the racetrack. And we got the hot dog specials. You got the chicken. Oh man, you got the chicken truck. Wasn't sure if they were going to be back. Everybody gave me some positive feedback. That was the best chicken barbecue they've had here. So we had to get them to come back, and I'm going to provide some extra security just to avoid any kind of conflict by that truck. I mean, maybe somebody trying to get some extra chicken down there or something. I don't know. But Memorial Day at the races, they're drawing for that today. It's the George Barker. That is the big stakes race. It's the annual stake. And Deborah Breed always does well in that. Of course, she's always had good sprinters. And not sure who's going to be in it this year. I guess we'll find out today as they draw for the George Barker, our first stakes race of the season. Memorial Day. I know over the weekend was an exciting day down at Laurel Park. They had the Preakness down at Laurel, among a lot of good races down there. Yeah, it was a big field. I know it lost its luster a little bit with the top two Derby finishers not in the Preakness, but I was impressed by the winner. I mean, you got to kind of question what Napoleon Solo beat in there, but the fact that he chased to 22, they went quick, and still was able to hold off all challenges. Very impressive Preakness stakes. See what's in stores for the Belmont. That's going to be at Saratoga in 3 weeks. I mean, if you're around here, I think we'll have some people actually head out that direction. Or you just watch and wager right here at Finger Lakes. We have simulcast wagering. That's a long ways away. We got to think about today. What are you going to do today? We got a couple pick fives. You got the early pick five in the first. The late one starts in the fourth. Make some money. And, we got a 5-horse field. We'll start off here in the first. You got a 5-horse field. I thought there's like 3 of them that are pretty evenly matched in this race. It's a good quality race. An optional claiming allowance, 10,000 would be the tag. I see there's 2 of them in here for the tag. The rest in for the allowance condition. Starship Tango, first time gelded. 1 for 1 at the distance. Kind of a class jump a little bit for Starship Tango, but he's in there because Bustin' Away's in there, and Bustin' Away looks to be the speed of the race, and you see some early money, and that should give him the best shot to win of the 3, because it is only 5 furlongs, and he's tough on the front. I know when he first started running here, he was on a tear. Then he got a little bit more vulnerable when he came back from Saratoga, but he's still a tough horse, and he's been running down in Tampa. It's just a matter of can Prince of Truth or Puckish chase him down. And I got those two as pretty even. I give the edge of the 2 to Prince of Truth. I do like the fact that Prince of Truth's been in those open 10s in New York and running competitively for Dana Saul, and not that badly beaten. I know the last race was in the mud, and keep in mind, it's not like he's performed well in the past on off track. So this horse is sharp right now. He's going to be the price. I know Bustin' Away is going to be a big favorite, and the other horse that's going to get bet, Puckish, I mean, we're the 8-5, 2-1 morning line. But Prince of Truth might be the price in the short field that could pull off the minor upset. I mean, what is he? He's an Into Mischief. And I always say I always like Into Mischief. Even the honest mischiefs I like too here at Finger Lakes. Yeah, Puckish. Puckish ran big. I mean, he was running against some really nice horses in the conditions last year. Ran second to Play, who got really good. And then the race that was probably one of the most memorable allowance conditional races, for me anyway, was when East Coast Girl battled with Puckish. East Coast Girl got pressed that day. I thought Puckish would beat him because it was 6 furlongs. But East Coast Girl held brave, and Puckish just missed. Nothing wrong with this horse, though. He runs big every time, no matter what the competition. He's got a chance to win as well. I thought any of these 3 horses could win race number 1, but I am going to give the edge to Bustin' Away because I do think he's the speed of the race and is a short distance of 5 furlongs. But I don't blame anybody for trying to beat him just because that's what's going to give you your value in doubles and pick 5 wagers. I won the 2.53 in the short field. Second race, a beaten 5,000, a never won 2 lifetime that goes 5.5. You see, we're starting to go a little longer distances now. These are some races that are a little easier to handicap. I don't know how to say easier, but they're better races as far as if you like a closer. Sometimes you get these horses that you like that might be the best horse in the race, but at 4.5 they don't have enough speed to get there. I don't know if that's going to be the case in this race, because I'm looking at the pace of the race, even though it's a little bit longer at 5.5. Sometimes the pace is a bigger advantage at the longer distances, just because you can relax out there instead of trying to shoot out there all out, trying to get the lead, and you still might get a little tired at the end if you're not completely fit. Grand Golden Road, I thought, ran pretty decently last time. I would think that this horse might show a little more speed today. And because I look at the pace that this horse was in and running against at Mahoning Valley, and she was quicker than she was last time. She tried to come from out of it last time and just kind of ran evenly to run third. You look at this race, even though it's 5.5, there's not a lot of speed in here. I know Esther Sal's got a little bit of speed. She didn't get off all that sharp. I think she checked a little bit early. Sugar Ride's got a little bit of speed from the rail. She showed a little more speed last time with the blinkers. But I thought that Grand Golden Road could be aggressive, semi-aggressive in here. You don't want to be too aggressive, but it's 5.5. There's no speed in the race. This horse didn't show her speed last time. Maybe she shows a little more speed today and gets the front. So I'm going to lean on her. I'm going to lean towards her, I should say. Sugar Ride's done a little wrong. She just doesn't win. Ever since arriving here, she hasn't missed the board. So it's good news, bad news is she's also hasn't won since breaking her maiden here in her first start at Finger Lakes. But she did run a decent second. It was a short distance of 4.5. The cue of the music kind of got away a little bit. Once she took over the lead, she wasn't coming back, and Sugar Ride just kind of followed her home. Goes first time Lasix. She's got the rail. And again, she's probably got enough speed to be out there that if Grand Golden Road doesn't show speed like she did last time, that's going to be a big advantage for a horse like Sugar Ride. The extra distance is going to help Jay's Love. I think the problem with Jay's Love last time, it was just simply too short. Her numbers are better than anybody's in this field when you go back to her New York races. And the last time that she had run at Finger Lakes was in an allowance race. You're going way back to September. So she didn't really do anything last race. But then again, they didn't really come back. Cue the music, one on the front. Sugar Ride followed her home. This one just kind of ducked into the rail, just kind of closed some ground. It was only 4.5 furlongs. She had some fitness, but the short distance probably got to her. So at least she gets the extra furlong. Problem is, and the reason I don't like her on top and got her third is there's no speed in the race, and she has no speed. So even though it's an extra furlong, which is going to help her because it's better distance, she's still got to hope they come back a little bit to her in order to win the race. I still use her third. I think she's better than the rest of them, except for maybe Thrills No Bills, but Thrills No Bills hasn't run since September. So if that one comes out firing, she's another one. It's just the fact that Andre Worry opted to go to Grand Golden Road, and Andre and Justin usually go to the right spot. Okay, third race. Okay, this one gets beat up a little bit. No try, no super, no show. Scratch the 1 and the 4. Pretty simple handicap here as far as who the two main contenders are. Although you can't discount Chris Engelhardt's horses. I mean, they're coming in and they're winning. This one's not a layoff horse, but cutting back in distance. I think the biggest issue, and before you get all over Magni thinking, man, this horse is absolute cinch, it's going to be 1-5, whatever, you look at the pace of the race, and that's where the issue comes in. With the scratches, shorts in the winter becomes the main speed. And we've seen this before with the short fields where we've seen both. What I've seen a lot lately, not just at Finger Lakes, but all over the country in some of these short field races, sometimes the longest shot is winning. And one of the reasons that's happening is you're getting some more aggressiveness early with two or three of the horses in the short fields, and you see a horse laying back, sitting off the pace, and then closing and getting the win. And sometimes they're not the best horse, but they're taking advantage of the tactics. This could turn out to be the opposite, where there's absolutely no speed, where shorts in the winner is the main speed. And Magnai's got to stay close and actually try to wear that horse down or chase that horse down to win. Now, I think Magnai's a better horse. I'm not even saying it right, probably. But if you look at the races that he comes out of, he's the better horse. I mean, those 12-5, 2 lifetime claimers are better than our 11 and 9s. Keep my shorts in the winner was running against allowance before. But his numbers are clearly better. What's the equalizer, though, and I know I'm talking a lot about a 4-horse race, and basically 2 of them, the equalizer in the race is that shorts in the winners looks like he's got a big tactical edge where he could get out there alone. And he ran a good second to Solo's Fury last time when he wasn't able to make the lead from his inside position. He's on the rail today, no excuses as far as getting the lead. It's just a matter of, is he better than Magnai in this race if he's able to control the pace? Very possible. See how good the pace is today as well. But I think it's between these two. Magnai, I think, is the better horse of the two, but shorts in the winner has that pace tactical advantage. All you can say about that race. That's what it comes down to. Okay, this is a restricted allowance race, restricted for 3-year-olds, I should say. Never won 2 condition 5.5. Haven't seen that this much, the restricted 3s. You like to see that. You like to see horses that have been running against older go back to face the 3s. It's usually like a drop in class. I don't think that's the case here, because I think a couple of these 3-year-olds look pretty good. Especially, I was very impressed with the Suna Pagina. I don't know how to say it. I know the guy told me how to say it right, and I still forgot. At least the announcer will say it right. It does say he broke slow. He didn't really break slow. He's a little sluggish at the start. But he got into the race, and, man, I know Canizzo had a pretty good speed horse, was out there alone, that Beeves Blessing. Remember, I think it was Beeves Blessing was the name of the horse. The Suma Pagina, got out there and just kind of went by that horse effortlessly. There was no resistance from Beeves Blessing, and Asuna Pagina just looked the part. I mean, I was very impressed. I don't care if that was a restricted 3-year-old maiden race, because he would have beaten the older the way he ran. The question is, at least he goes back to a restricted 3-year-old race for the 2 lifetimes, so it shouldn't be that much tougher. He goes first time Lasix. I tell you, he looked the part. I mean, he's a good-looking horse that won the race. So obviously there's a lot of question marks when, what did he beat in that first start? Is he that good? Can he put 2 together? I don't know. I like the way he looked, and I'm going to come back with him. I like both Ferraro horses, second and third. You got White Sport Coat and Rockstar Casanova. The advantage of the 2 I'll give with Rockstar Casanova, just because he ran against older last time, and now he's back in against restricted 3-year-old. And he ran good against older. Maybe not the strongest of fields for older. Frickin' Frack was pretty decent in there. But he's going further, 5.5 furlongs. He does have speed, and I think that's going to help him, even though it's a little longer, 5.5. You got God's Angel, probably the speed. White Sport Coach showed speed in his debut, but they're not going to send both of the Ferraro horses. So I thought God Angel would probably get the lead. Rockstar Casanova would probably be the more aggressive one to try to go after God's Angel. But it was a good enough effort to be third that he might be the biggest threat to my top choice, who's going to be a big favorite. White Sport Coat, I mean, he's low odds, 5-2. Nasuda Pagina's 5-2-1. And he could be this good. I mean, he closed going 4.5 furlongs when he's actually showed speed in his debut. I thought that was a good effort. You don't know how good he is, because he just did what he was supposed to do in a race that was short. He's closing going short. He could be this good. I don't know. We'll have to find out. He's a McLean's Music. They're good. He only had 2 other starts. They were Tampa. One was on the turf. And I think he could draw a line through the turf race and go back to his other maiden race, which was really good. running second in his debut at Tampa. So both of these Ferraro Jr. horses have legitimate chances in here if Nasuda Pagina can't repeat or improve off of that maiden victory. So go with a 6 with the 2 Ferraros, 6-4-1. Okay, it was an interesting race. I was looking forward to the 5th because it was a 10-horse field. We do lose a few of them, though. We lose Funny Forecast, the 2, the 3, Nix Factor. We got a lot of Knicks fans here. And the 6, Flying Phoebe. You know, I say about the Knicks fans, I've never seen so many Buffalo Sabres fans in my life. Where did they all come from? I hadn't seen them before. It's a fair weather area, I'll say that. At least they're coming out of the woodwork. You don't see that with Patriot fans. They're there for the durations. Different sport. Anyway, 11-9 maiden claimer. It's a good evenly matched race. Man, I'm gonna have Troy Smith picked twice in the same week, I think. I mean, I like his horse on Wednesday. Man, I like the fitness. One of the things I'm looking at with this horse, the tribe has spoken. First of all, I like the breeding. And Mr. Brigby have a dam by Pioneer of the Nile. This is a California bred here at Finger Lakes. I think maybe they run male races. Was that Sunland Park, where they ran in a maiden special weight against the boys? I think we could draw a line through that one. I mean, the trainer obviously knows what he was doing. Was it Justin Evans? The guy's like 90 for 300. The guy's got a great record that ran the horse, so I think he knew what he was doing. You know, maybe giving him a race there, but she ran good enough against maiden claimers the last 2 races, and they were recent races, that they're good enough to beat the rest of this field. It's that simple. Can she repeat her last race here at Finger Lakes? If she does, she wins. It's that simple. We'll see. I got Observer for second. Got both Grabowski horses today for second. And that's the thing with Johnny. His horses always run well. He hits the board a lot, and this is one is off the layoff, but ran well in this condition the last couple starts with Heman Harkey. Where is Heman Harkey? I was asked that today. Missing Heman Harkey to maybe we join in the colony soon. I don't know, but this one ran second to a next out winner at the end of the season last year, and ran pretty good the race before. And keep in mind, he was running against some decent $30,000 maidens in New York. Hard to knock him. I mean, it's hard not to use her, at least in the top 3 off of the efforts last year. Will she repeat those efforts from last year? I don't know, she got some decent works for the return. All right, one of the things I was going to mention, I mean, what a price on Celtic Ledger. I mean, maybe Esky Beach was getting in the racing office, getting in people's faces because his bench press is improving or something. But how is Houdini's Bride 7-2 and Celtic Ledger 10-1 when they ran together, and Celtic Ledger actually finished ahead of them at a lower price in New York? I don't know. I mean, I don't know about Esky Beach's bench press either. I haven't seen it lately. I can't say that either. But maybe our morning line handicapper was in the sun a little too long yesterday. It was a nice day yesterday. Too much time in the sun, or he's just not a big Boston fan. Maybe that's it with the Celtic Ledger. But I can see this horse improving off of that race more than Houdini's Bride because she's only had 3 starts. Last race against the older maids in New York, that's a little tougher field. She added blinkers. I could see her moving forward from that race and be a factor in here. Remember, it was that Jeremiah horse that won last week. Very impressive. One for fun. They do improve with Jeremiah and Steve. The one Fair Weather Lover. I don't know what to do with this horse. She looked good in her debut as a 2-year-old. She ran a solid second. They bet her. And she still ran second. I think the pace got to her more than anything. And her last race isn't that bad. I mean, she chased and faded a little bit. I know she only beat a couple horses in there, but that was in this condition. At least it's a recent race. So she got the trip back over the racetrack. And I could see her moving forward from that too. So that was Melanie Giddings, and now in the hands of Beth Miller-Saul. I've seen her do well. I think Beth do well with the horses that she acquires, with these horses coming in here. And I wouldn't be surprised if this one won the race. It's certainly worth using. 5981 in race number 5. I'm just playing with our hitting after he. I'm sure I'll get a call from him after the show. We just have fun together here. 6th race, Scratch the 7, High Yield Hunk. I actually like that horse a little bit in here. 11-9 Claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. First of all, I had to look at the pace. Disco Dancer appears to be the speed from his 3 posts. He didn't do so well last time, but that's going to be a factor in the race because the other horse that's going to be up close, you would think, would be Niakos, who did run second last time, going 5 furlongs. And I think the distance and the pace probably got to him a little bit as Sir Cartwright got out there sharp. This Sir Cartwright is no slouch, and he just kept going. Now, he could be a little dressed up in a sense. He didn't do so well his last couple starts at Tampa. He hasn't done really anything since his maiden victory, and he was supposed to win that race as a big favorite. So he's kind of one of those look better than they are type horse on paper, but he could be just a little better than these. And I like the pace flow that he's going to get in here. With Disco Dancer on the front, I'm assuming Disco Dancer isn't going to be able to hold on going 6 furlongs. And that gives Nico's first run on everybody else because he could take over the race before Sweet Tone, who's the main threat, could get going to try to make a run at him. And keep in mind, that was the issue more. I mean, I'm talking about the distance and the pace last time for Nico's. The horse that benefits the most from the extra distance today would be Sweet Tone. And I could see Sweet Tone possibly beating Nico's because of the distance. But if Nico's rides this horse race right, sitting just with Disco Dancer, if they go slow enough, he could take over before Sweet Tone could get going. And let's face it, you watch Sweet Tone's last race, he had no chance at that distance. By the time he got his best run going, the race was over because the 5 furlongs was simply too short. This horse is a router. 6 furlongs might still be too short if there's not much pace. He's kind of got to hope that Nico's comes back to him if he's going to win. But he was kind of it wasn't like he got tired at all. He was gliding effortlessly, passing horses at the end. Past Racer X as that one got tired. It was just a matter of it being 5 furlongs. Today at 6 furlongs, he's got a better chance, and he'll try to catch Nico's late. That's the race. I don't like anybody for third, to be honest. I thought this was kind of a 6-4 exacta all the way on paper. And maybe Racer X could improve off of the race. It was Racer X's first race off the layoff. So if somebody else is going to get in there, it's hard to like anybody else in the race unless Disco Dancer has such an easy lead that he can hang around for a share. Maybe Renew the Blue off the layoff is sharp off of a Bullet Work. Don't like Doha Desert at all, but Racer X just seems like the other one that could improve with a second start off the layoff. And maybe an upset chance if he does. He's going to have to improve off of that last race where he got tired. And he did. He got tired as Sweet Tone passed him. 6-4-2 for me in race number 6. Not much else to talk about that race. Okay, we scratched the 1 Gold Templar and the 6 2:30 a.m. I don't think it affected the race at all, and the scratches. I mean, I know we're down to 5 horses, but I didn't think the other 2 played in here anyway. One of these guys say about Blamiker, probably the most impressive effort of the season last year. It was memorable. I know Engelhart had a couple of Mamba Gigi at the beginning of the year, opening day, had an impressive 4.5 furlong race. But it was Blamiker at 5.5, just absolutely blazing the track in 1:03. I think I talked about it all year every time the horse ran or anybody coming out of that race. keep in mind, it was his first start as a 3-year-old. First start off the layoff that he did that. Now, he was overmatched at Saratoga. Probably shouldn't even have made the trip. But came back and won. It just, he caught slop in his last race. And also caught a tough horse that beat him. Oh, he's freshened again off the layoff. If he shows anything like what he did last year, they can't beat him. It's that simple. Now, there's other speed in here. And Squire Creek has, at least he'll have a little bit of a fitness edge, you would think, with a start off the layoff. And it was a good one. I mean, the Girafoli, the horse that beat him, was really good. And Squire Creek tried to steal the race in a sense, but the other one was just too good to wear him down. And he's had some fight to him in that race. So I was kind of impressed by Squire Creek's last race. Is he as fast as Blamaker? I don't think so. Is he as good as Blamaker? I don't think so. I'm surprised this horse is still eligible for the 4 Lifetime. He's been in tougher races, tougher conditions, but now he's got to catch Blamaker. You would think the move from that 1 in 6 months condition, if he could find a straight never won 4, you'd think that he win. But then you see Blamaker in the race. Blamaker's the one is still eligible for the 4 Lifetime too. They're both in for the 4 Lifetime condition. They might just run 1-2 around the racetrack in here, but if Blamaker runs his race, they're not going to beat him. The other horse I give a chance in here, and maybe if the two battle, maybe if Blamaker, I know it's only 5 furlongs, so this is kind of a stretch here saying this, but if it happens that Blamaker, Squire Creek both get a little bit tired, 3 Captains would be tough. I mean, here's a horse that's coming out of Parks, running against some tough open claimers. I guess they didn't really come back last time. I mean, they went 21, 44, 109. Maybe it was a quick racetrack at Parks that day. But I look back to the 16,000 race where this horse ran second at 24-1. Maybe it was the good racetrack that he liked. Obviously, he's at the mercy if they come back. Maybe one of them outlasts the other. Maybe Blamaker puts away Squire Creek, and then 3 Captains can come rolling late for second, maybe a threat to win. But he seems like the other one, class-wise and numbers-wise, that could come rolling late. You'd like him at a little longer distance than 5 furlongs, though, than what he gets today. So I'm going to go with the old 2-3-4 in race number 7. That concludes the card with race number 8. Looking forward to the holiday. I saw. Look at the weather. I know I mentioned at the beginning of the show. I think it's supposed to be warm. I mean, it's supposed to be hot today. Still a little warm tomorrow, but it'll be cool the rest of the week. Probably get another cool day for Memorial Day. See how that plays out in the Memorial Day stake. That'll be the George Barker Stakes coming up this Monday. Again, we're drawing today, so we'll probably know either today or early tomorrow who's going to be in that feature race for Memorial Day. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah, we scratched the 4 in Valuable Will. I mean, I could talk all day trying to come up with a winner of this 4,000 claimer. I'm going to spare you that in this race. But, yeah, we're below bottom here in the last race. And if you love somebody in here enough to single in a pick 4 or pick 5, I'd like to know who it is. I mean, you can look at this one over and over again, and it's hard to really like anybody. I really liked a Valuable Will. I thought Valuable Will ran a good race. He got over bet last time. Bet him early. Seemed like the top 2 finishers were going to be were a lot tougher than these horses. Think about it: Paint the Line and Henry III. I know it's short for Henry III, but so was it that day. What would those horses do to this field? And that's why Invaluable Will look like a standout in this last race. But he scratches it in here, and that really opens up the race. I mean, you look at the numbers, but you also look at horses that haven't raced, and that's the key. I mean, Almond Cider has the advantage of being out this year, but it wasn't that good of a race, and neither were a lot of his races last year. So it's hard to really like that one. But maybe he has a fitness edge. I don't know. But the speed of the race, first your pace handicap, looks like Hap's Victory. But that one's got no sustaining speed. I mean, he stops. Maybe against this field at 5 furlongs, he keeps going. That's why I used him, because he's the speed. It's a field that's got no world beaters. And maybe he has the longest shot on the board. He just holds on as the pace. He does attract Andre Worry, who was our leading rider last year. Again, he's a speed. One thing I don't like, it's a pet peeve of mine in horse racing, and a lot of trainers do this. They do an equipment change and drop in class. So now when the horse wins, if he wins pretty easily or looks good winning and beats the field, you don't know if it was the drop in class, if it was the competition, or it was the equipment change. So I never liked that. I like to see the equipment change before the drop in class, at least try it against the tougher. I don't know, but then it's tough to gauge. But anyway, I also kind of concerned, does it take a little speed out of the horse? Sometimes that does with the blinkers. That's not a race that you want to take any speed out of the horse, because that's his best shot of going gate to wire. But I'm going to use him in the top 3 just because he does look like the speed of the race. And why not? Rockable was the one I leaned towards on top at 6-1 morning line. If there's a race I'm not going to take a favorite on top, it's this one. Why would you? Nobody really stands out. The problem is the horses I got first and second are 2-time winners. They're still eligible for 3 lifetimes. That's not always a good thing. But Interchanger's had too many chances. I like him. I think Interchanger's probably the best horse of who remains here. It's just he's off a layoff, and he doesn't like to win. That's an issue if you're going to take a short price. If he does end up a short price on Interchange, I wouldn't take a short price on anybody. I'm going to lean towards Rockable. Did Jose Ventura have his choice in here? With Alvin Slayer, it'd be interesting if he did. I know you got kind of an inexperienced rider who's more of an exercise rider on Rockable. But this horse shows a really quick work in the morning, working. Looking back at April 24th. Of course, that was a while ago. But I'm looking at last year's form. You look at when he dropped to 5, he just wasn't the same horse at the end of the year. You look at earlier in the summer with Rockable, especially before he was claimed, this horse had good enough form to beat this field. Ray said maybe he tailed off at the end of the year, lost his form a little bit, and now he comes back as a 4-year-old. He couldn't have caught an easier field with good works, with a bullet work. Why not? I got to take a stab in here at a price. Go the 3. It's a conspiracy theory with Jose Ventura. So was it Jesse Ventura is the one I'm thinking about. Interchanger. Yeah, he's the best horse in here. But he's still a 2-time winner. He's had over 20 starts. 21 starts here at Finger Lakes. Actually, both wins at least were at Finger Lakes, but more seconds than first. It may not matter against this field. He might just be better than these and just win. That's simple. Hap's Birthday, probably talked more about that horse than anybody else because he's a speed. Sabine's got 2 of them in here. Smoking Alone's run decently fresh before, but he's at age 10. Don't know what to expect from him. Sugar's Last Hope. He hasn't raced in a year. May not matter against this field because his numbers were better last year at Penn than these horses this year. So I wouldn't be surprised. And I always say Chris Russell, the most underrated rider here at Finger Lakes, he hasn't ridden that much. He's already got a couple victories for Tim Murphy. So he wins with long shots. You took one of these top riders and give him his mounts. It may not do as good. So I like Sugar's Last Hope on the numbers. I would take this horse on top if he had a race at least recently. Even in December, I might take this horse on top. It's been a long, long time away from the races for Sugar's Last Hope. If you're playing pick 5s, this is my suggestion. If you're playing pick 4s and pick 5s, I would use a bunch of them in there. I mean, somebody's going to win. That's why those 4,000 claimers are always a lot of fun. Especially that one. Somebody's got to win that last race. Enjoy today's card. It's going to be warm out there. Remember, go up to the wire, get some refreshments from Shirley. Get out there, watch some races today. We got a full 3-day week, Monday through Wednesday this week, and then Memorial Day. We got the big day next Monday. But next live day will be tomorrow with the 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Coming on the track for the first race from Finger Lakes, number 1 is Starship Tango and Kevin Navarro. Number 2, Bustin' Away, Keeper Koa. Number 3 is Puckish, Joel Cruz. Number 4 is Scaramanga, Raylu Gutierrez. And number 5 is Prince of Truth and Jose Baez. Post time in just a few minutes. Track is fast here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 5. To go 5 furlongs in this optional claiming allowance. 4 to 5, number 2, Bustin' Away. 2 to 1, number 3, Puckish. 5 to 2, number 5, Prince of Truth. Temperatures around 90 degrees here at Finger Lakes today. Big change in the weather from the opening weeks of the 2026 racing season. Scaramanga. Prince of Truth to the outside. They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Bustin' Away and Scaramanga. These two are going out for the front end. They're clear by 2. Puckish in a stalking position in third to the outside of Starship Tango. And a length and a half back to Prince of Truth, who's deep on the course in the 5th and trailing position and about 3.5 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. It's Bustin' Away who has the lead by a half length as Puckish had the check in between horses and lost about a length and a half. Scaramanga engages on the outside in second. Puckish re-rallies from last up in the third as it's Prince of Truth who sweeps up to the 4 wide side in fourth, and at the back Starship Tango as they reach the top of the stretch. Bustin' Away and Puckish, these two are nip and tuck in upper stretch. Prince of Truth on the outside in third, 2 lengths off the lead, and then it's Starship Tango. They run to the 16th pole. A struggle between Puckish and Bustin' Away. These two are inseparable. 50 yards to the finish, and Bustin' Away comes back for the win. Puckish a game second. Then it was Prince of Truth and Scaramanga. Two, 3, 5, 4. Number 2, Bustin' Away first. 5 furlongs. Fast surface, 58.30. To the winner's circle, number 2, Bustin' Away. Career win number 8 for this New York bred. 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Bustin' Stones out of La Rignana. Michael D. Tommaso is the owner. M. Anthony Ferrero, the trainer. Caber Coa, the winning jockey. Hibiscus Stables, bred Bustin' Away. $3.46, the winning mutual. Exacta, $8.68. Trifecta, $2.99. Dime Super, $1.22. Second race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double. Pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 22 minutes at 1:25 p.m.
Get ready for race number 2. It turned out to be a really good finish in the first between Bustin' Away and Puckish. Looked like Puckish was going to go by, but Bustin' Away really dug in and was able to get the victory. Cabercoa for M. Anthony Ferraro. Oh, that horse was good last year at the beginning of the year. The second race, 5,000 Claiborne. Never won 2 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. Look at some of the competitors in this race. You got some early money on Jay's Love. Does get a little more distance. The big question, though, is going to be the pace here. There's not a lot of speed in this race. And I know it's a little further than we've been running, 5.5. But the speeds look to come from, I thought it was Grand Golden Road, who didn't show speed last time at 4.5. I'd expect her to show more speed today and maybe get the front on this group. I know Esther Salad didn't have the best of beginnings last race, and Sugar Ride's got a little speed. But I thought Grand Golden Road might be able to get the lead in here if she shows the speed that she showed at Mahoning Valley before arriving here to Finger Lakes. And she didn't run that badly last time, running third right with Sugar Ride, who breaks inside of her. And that's another one to consider here is Sugar Ride. She's hit the board in every Finger Lakes start, but she only won when she broke her maiden in her first Finger Lakes start after running her first career start in New York. Well, she dropped after that against the 2 Lifetime Fives, has been here ever since, but again, has been competitive, just not winning. Tried adding blinkers last race off of the layoff. Maybe she needed the start. She could improve off of that race. Doesn't need to improve much to beat this field. It's also hard to leave her out of the top 3. Hard to see her not being in the top 3 against this field. Mentioned Jay's Love. Jay's Love has better numbers, probably because of the class he's kept in New York. Was running against the 12 fives there. Again, not hitting the board against the 12 fives, but coming home quick enough that his numbers are better than anybody's in this field. But her last race was just simply too short. 4.5, she did make a move and just kind of flattened out, ran evenly, passing a couple tired horses. That was with adding the blinkers again. Now, if she could stay within range, at least she has an extra furlong here. I just don't know if she's going to have enough pace for her to close on. But I could see her being the top 3 off the numbers, at least what she ran against in New York. Another one to consider would be the 3 Thrills with No Bills. Well, everybody wants that. Audrey Worry got off to ride the 2 Grand Golden Road, and this one's been off since September, but she was running against tougher company back last summer. She broke her maiden against special weights before finishing 4th against allowance, but then took the big drop, and that was her last seen back in September. So she does have some good works for the return, even comes back with a bullet. She could be any kind here off of that long layoff. She might need a race. If she doesn't, this Maryland bred could be awfully tough in this spot. A lot of question marks with that one, though. A lot of ifs in this game. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in race number 2. You got about 5 minutes to post.
Horses coming on the track, race 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Sugar Ride in Cabercoa. Number 2, Grand Golden Road and Andre Worry. Number 3, Thrills with No Bills, Oscar Gomez. Well, we'll go to the 4, Esther Salad and Luis Perez. Number 5, Out of the Cloud, Jackie Davis. Number 6, Jay's Love, Nasario Alvarado. And number 3, Thrills with No Bills, Oscar Gomez. Post time in a few minutes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 fillies and mares to go 5 1/2 furlongs. 8 to 5, number 2, Grand Golden Road. 5 to 2, number 1, Sugar Ride. Loading up for race number 2. Out of the Cloud and Jay's Love. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a competitive start. Out of the Cloud, Esther's Salad and Grand Golden Road. These 3 go out for the lead. Now it's 2. It's Grand Golden Road and Esther's Salad who are first and second. Jay's Love emerges outside in a joint third with Sugar Ride. Out of the Cloud was in the early leading position, but now near the back with Thrills with No Bills. As they make the entry into the turn, Grand Golden Road on top by 3 parts of a length. Esther's Salad, Jay's Love outside second and third. It's Sugar Ride who's tucked in behind the leader in fourth, 2 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths back to Thrills with No Bills, who's 2 lengths in front of Out of the Cloud, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Grand Golden Road taken on by Jay's Love on the outside. Sugar Ride scrapes the paint in third, and then in fourth, Thrills with No Bills, but still about 6.5 off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Grand Golden Road still leads, has a lead by 2 lengths over Jay's Love, Sugar Ride, and Thrills with No Bills. They come down to the winning line. It's Grand Golden Road. Grand Golden Road wins by a length over Thrills with No Bills, who comes on for second. Jay's Love and Sugar Ride with minor rewards. Two, three, 6, 1. Number 2, Grand Golden Road was first. 5 1/2 furlongs, 107.07. To the winner's circle, number 2, Grand Golden Road. Florida bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Klimt out of Grand Letizia. Elmer Ramos, the owner. Rachel Sells, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Grand Pollo Stable. Bread, Grand Golden Road. $4.88 the winning mutual, double $11.84, exacta $22.14, trifecta $34.78, dime super $13.34. Third race at Finger Lakes, scratch the 1, 9, and 4, and the 4 take the gold. No show wagering. Also no trifecta, no superfecta wagering. So you got win and plays, exacta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering as your wagering options. Post time for race number 3 in about 17 minutes at 1:51 p.m. Want to let everyone know that we are racing today as well as tomorrow and Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. 3-day race week on tap. First post 12:55. 17 minutes to race number 3.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 3, and Grand Golden Road. Good aggressive ride by Andre Worry, understanding the pace of the race, and was able to get that horse to the front today, and she was able to hold off Thrills with No Bills to get the win. Andre Worry for trainer Rachel Sells. All right, we go to the third. No try, no super, no show. We're down to 4 betting interests. We scratch the 1, 9, and 4. Scratch the 4. Take the gold. I was narrowing it down. The pace is important here with the 4 horses. It does look like Shorts in the Winter appears to be the main speed of the race, especially with the scratches. Question is he good enough to hold off Magni, who looks like the best horse in the race? And I think, well, judging by the betting, a lot of people think so. He was running against allowance horses before dropping to the 11 to 9. He ran a couple seconds in a row at the end of the year. Decent works for the comeback, but the big thing is he does appear to have a tactical edge on these horses, and he does like this 5.5 furlong distance. Both his wins are at 5.5. He's got 2 wins in 2 seconds in 4 starts at 5.5. Just thought the 6 Magni was better. If he could stay close enough, I mean, you look at the races he comes out of are far better than these. He ran 2 good, a second and a third against 12 5s in New York. That's far better than our 11 to 9s here at Finger Lakes. Was overmatched, you would think, against the 20s, but ended up winning. So he beat $20,000 claimers last time, and that's 6.5. That's good enough to beat these, but the pace might be up against him if Shorts in the Winter is able to control the early going, which is very likely. Blame It on Daddy's the only other one that they're playing in here. He was running against 12 5s and 20s in New York, but not as well as Magni, and they were longer races as well. He doesn't have the same kind of form as that one. But he's got very good breeding, and he cuts back in distance, and these Engelhard horses have been coming out running, so I wouldn't be surprised. I think it's a positive sign that he is taking some money here, because with his form, he does look like he's a little overmatched by Magni, and plus the pace is really against him coming out of those routes against Shorts in the Winter, who appears to be the main speed in this short field. So those are the contenders for the third. No try, no super, no show. Again, we scratched the 1 and the 4.
Coming on the track for race number 3. Scratch the 1 and 4. Number 2 is Shorts in the winner, Cabercoa. Number 5, Just Clarity, Oscar Gomez. Number 6, Magni, Emmanuel de Diego. And number 3 is Blame It on Daddy, Andre Worry. Post time in just a few minutes. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Blame It on Daddy going up, Just Clarity, and then Magni to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Decent start. Shorts in the winter. Magni are first and second. Just Clarity's in between those two and third, a length off the lead. And a margin of about 2.5 lengths to Blame It On Daddy, who takes up residency in the fourth and trailing position. Two horses pressing the pace, less than a half mile to go. Shorts in the winter to the inside of Magni. They're clear by 5. Just Clarity has dropped back a bit in third, then 2 more lengths back to Blame It On Daddy, who trails. First quarter mile, 22 2/5, midway on the turn. Magni and Shorts in the winter are in match race mode, and they're clear by 7. Over Just Clarity, who races in third, and then a length back to Blame It On Daddy, who's at the back of the pack as they turn into the home stretch. Shorts in the winter, and Magni, these two nip and tuck with 1 furlong to go. A few more lengths back to Blame It On Daddy in third, who's towards the inside and 5 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Shorts in the winter to the inside of Magni. Magni with a slender lead over Shorts in the winter. Here's the winning line. Magni, I think, gets there. It's a head bobber there with Shorts in the winter. Then it was Blame It On Daddy. Number 6, Magni first. 6-2-3-5 in race 3 from Finger Lakes. 5.5 furlongs, 105.67. Third race official, $4.52 the winning mutual. Daily double, $14.32. Exacta, $8.62. To the winner's circle, number 6, Magni. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Audible out of Kiramia Way. Gumster Stable owns. Ralph D'Alessandro trains. Emmanuel de Diego, the winning jockey. Richard Greeley, bred Magni. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:20 p.m. Don't forget Memorial Day here at Finger Lakes. We'll have our first stakes race of the season, the $50,000 George W. Barker Stakes. Be a big day of racing. Live racing programs, if you're on track at Finger Lakes that day, are free. We did have a claim in the third. The 6 Magni was claimed, and Anthony Ferrero, new owner trainer. Number 6 Magni claimed out of the third.
All right, late pick 5 starts with race number 4. Pretty good finish in the third between 3 horses. Even though it was a 4-horse field, 3 of them went to the wire together. Great tactics by the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego, getting out there, not letting shorts in the winner, just walk out on the front end and, yeah, put himself in risk too of just blame it on Daddy picking them both up. And that horse was closing, but it did make for a good 3-horse finish in race number 3. But Magni proved best at the end for trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. Okay, this was restricted for 3-year-olds, never won 2 condition. Probably going to get a short price favorite in here off the last race. Going to see if I can say it right this time. Nesuna Pagina. If I said it right, that'll be the first time. Anyway, that is Italian. Something about Page. One thing you say about this horse, though, he was extremely impressive winning his debut. He didn't get off slow. He was a little bit sluggish at the start, but he was in position to chase after Beeves' Blessing, and then just kind of went by that horse with no resistance and won drawing away. Very impressive effort. See if he can make it 2 in a row. At least he gets another race that's restricted for 3-year-olds. He doesn't have to face older horses first time against winners. He's going to get bad. He's right now at 3 to 5. Got 2 of them in here for Ferraro Jr. You got Rockstar Casanova, white sport coat. Now, Rockstar Casanova still colt is did face older horses last time against winners, so he comes out of the tougher race where he ran 3rd behind Frickin' Frack, who was a heavy favorite in there. That was after he had overmatched first start at Tampa against the 3s. But he was well met as a 2-year-old. He won his first time out and then was put in a stakes race at Presque Isle. And believe it, that was a tough spot. He showed good speed in there on that surface. So you know he's got speed. Question is he going to use it here to go after God's Angel in this race? But he's definitely played. It's interesting that he's 6 to 1. White Sportco coming out of the easier race is at 2 to 1, and they're both trained by Ferraro. But one thing you say, it's hard to gauge how good White Sport Coat is. He only ran against restricted 325s, but ran good in his debut. Was way overmatched against special weights on the turf. And he came off the pace at 4.5 last time. So that was a good effort by White Sport Coat, kind of changing tactics from his debut. It's a McLean's Music, well-bred horse out of a dam by Freud. He's looking to make it 2 in a row, but he might have to improve off of that maiden victory. It is a good sign that he's taken a lot of early play. He's at odds of 5 to 2. Mentioned God's Angel. Might be the speed of the speed if he can get the front on Rockstar Casanova. He faced older horses in his first start of the season, so it's a little easier spot for him. Second start off the layup, and he goes first time Lasix. Yeah, he's got speed. Sees speed be pretty good so far. Maybe God's Angel can get out there. If he gets out there in front of Rockstar Casanova and the other Ferraro horse, maybe he could be dangerous to go all the way. But tell you what, if Nesuna Pagino runs the same race he did last time, he's going to be awfully tough to beat in race number 4. This starts the late pick 5, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double, also available here.
Coming on the track for race number 4 from Finger Lakes before we get to the post parade, the 6th Nasuna Pagina did not wear blinkers last time out, and will not wear blinkers again today. Leading the post parade, number 1, White Sport Coat and Cabercoa. Number 2 is Instant Success in Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Sunday's Currency, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Rockstar Casanova, Luis Perez. Number 5, God's Angel, and Joel Cruz. And number 6, Nasuna Pagina, and Jeremias Flores. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Allowance of fare going 5.5, non-winners of 2. 4 to 5, number 6, Nasuna Pagina. Rockstar Casanova goes in, God's Angel. And Nasuna Pagina to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Checking after the start, Sunday's Currency. God's Angel flashing early speed. Rockstar Casanova kicks through towards the inside. Nasuna Pagina makes it a line of 3 across the track early on, as it's Instant Success who's in a tracking 4, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 4 lengths to White Sport Coat, who's about 6 lengths in front of Sunday's Currency, is at the back. First quarter mile, 22 seconds, 3 furlongs to go. Nasuna Pagina now takes over the lead from Rockstar Casanova. God's Angel takes another crack at the leader in second. Then in fourth, Instant Success. White Sport Coat is deep on the course in fifth. And 6 lengths back to Sunday Currency, who trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Nasuna Pagina is the first to face us coming off the turn, leading by 4 big lengths. God's Angel's all out. Instant Success in the green blinkers now up into second, following that one. White Sport Coat on the grandstand side, 16th to go, and Nasuna Pagina is now 2 for 2 lifetime. Instant Success second, White Sport Coat third, Sunday's Currency fourth. Six, 2, 1, 3. Nasuna Pagina first. 5.5 furlongs, 105.21. Fourth race official. Favorite pays $2.66 to win. Pick 3, $6.17. Double, $9.54. Exacta, $21.88. Dime Super, $5.28. Trifecta for 50 cents, $10.51. Number 6, Nasuna Pagina, back to the winner's circle. 2 for 2 lifetime New York bred. 3-year-old bay gelding by Honest Mischief out of Brilliant Catherine. Transfiguration Stable owns. Paul Barrow trains. Jeremiah's Flores, the winning jockey. Blue Chip Bloodstock bred Nasuna Pagina. 5th race, Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2 funny forecasts. The 3 Nix Factor. The 6 Flying Phoebe. Win Play Show. Exacta Trifecta. Superfecta. Daily Double. 8 Pick 4 Wagering. Post time race number 5 in about 21 minutes at 2:50 p.m. Don't forget, on Memorial Day, if you're on track here at Finger Lakes, your first $10 wagers on the house. It's our $10 bet and get bounce back Memorial Day promotion. Bet $10 win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes race with the mutual clerks in the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to receive a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for a $10 gaming free play on your next visit. Limit 1 redemption per person, and the free play offer is valid for 30 days starting on May 26th.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 5, and how impressive does that horse look? Nasuna Pagina, who just dominated for the second straight time. Looks like a stakes horse. And yeah, maybe one of the early favorites for the Ontario County Stakes, the way he looked today. If he could keep that going and go a little bit further, I just there was really no challenger. He was that good, that much the best in that race. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrow. Looked the part last time, looked even more the part today. Scratch 2 and 3, funny forecast, Nick's factor. Also scratch Flying Phoebe, the 6 horse. And we'll look at some of the rivals in here. Had some short prices so far, but it looked that way though today. It looked like the first 4 winners were the horses that won. Yeah, this was probably the most wide open of the early pick 5. We'll say that, because obviously the 4th race looked like a standout. A couple of the other ones were close, but they were shorter prices. But this one, you could go a few different directions. One of the biggest issues you see when you look at the race is there's just not a lot of speed in here. And it is a full 6 furlongs, and there's going to be a question about who possibly gets the lead. Probably the 5, the Tribe Has Spoken, did show some speed going a mile. But I don't know if she's got that much sprint speed to get the lead. And she looks like she's coming out of the better races anyway, at least some recent fitness for the Tribe Has Spoken, running at Turf Paradise. She ran against the boys against maiden special weights, and then the last 2 against the 8500s at Turf Paradise. A good second place finish. From a fitness standpoint, that should do her well, and she's one of the main contenders in this race. Other horses to consider, you got the 9 Observer. Observer has been off since November. When last seen, she ran second a couple races in a row, dropping to this level of maiden claimers after running against 30,000s in New York. So a logical horse. She's hit the board a lot. She's had 9 starts, and this looks like one of the easier spots she's been in for this level. So she's an obvious player. She's a 7-2. One you can't leave out if you're playing tries and supers. Interesting, you got a couple horses coming out of the same race from New York. You got Houdini's Bride and Celtic Ledger. You got to figure Celtic Ledger, probably the shorter price to do, even though the morning line's got it flip-flopped. Celtic Ledger ran second in that race, where Houdini's Bride ran right with her. So if you like one, you got to like the other. I figured the 8 would probably take more money being from the Jeremiah Engelhart barn, but she also has more room to improve, only having 3 career starts. She also shows a little bit of early speed when she ran in the slot for 25. She was chasing some decent fractions for the day. Another one that will probably be forwardly placed throughout the race, and she's getting a lot of early action at odds of 5-2. A lot of this horses from this barn do, but this horse is taking a slight drop after running against the 16. Of course, so is Houdini's Bride. They're both dropping out of the same race. It does look like Houdini's Bride wants to go a little bit further than this. Maybe that's why she's waiting for 6 furlongs instead of the 4.5. She has gone 3 quarters before, and she hit the board a couple times. So another one to consider. She's not getting much play at 10-1. Look at the inside horse might have some speed in here. The 1, Fairweather Lover. Fairweather Lover changes barns. She was in the barn of Melanie Giddings. Bridgman, of course, came into rider when she ran for 11-9 last time. And Classy West, I don't know where that Classy West came from. It was almost like that was a different Classy West that ran last year. A much improved horse. Classy West just absolutely dominated that field. Everybody was running for a check after that. And I think Classy West, looking at that performance, would probably beat this field as well. So, I can see Fairweather Lover stepping up out of that race, especially if she's able to show speed from the inside. Maybe she can hold the rail on the Tribe Has Spoken and others. Again, there's not a lot of pace in this race, and that could be the key to it, even though it's 3 quarters. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. Again, we scratch the 2, 3, and 6.
Horses coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 2, 3, and 6. Number 1 is Fairweather Lover and Joel Cruz. Up ahead is the 4, Houdini's Bride and Luis Perez. Number 5, The Tribe Has Spoken and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 7, Lady Meringue, Kevin Navarro. The 8 broke the line, so we'll go to the 9, Observer and Cabercoa. Number 10 is Valamo, Oscar Gomez. And number 8, Celtic Ledger, Andre Worry Aboard. Post time in a few. Fillies and mares are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Down to a field of 7 fillies and mares, maiden claimers to go 6 furlongs, 2-1 on both the 5. The Tribe is Spoken, and number 9, Observer. Lady Meringue. Observer and Volamo. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Observer and now Celtic Ledger who go out for lead. Celtic Ledger leads by a little over a length and a half over Lady Meringue in second. Now it's Fairweather Lover improving up the inside up into second. Fourth place belongs to Observer. 3 parts of a length to Houdini's Bride, who's about a half length in front of the Tribe is Spoken. And Volamo is deep on the course of the tail of the field and only about 5.5 lengths off the lead. Entry into the turn. Celtic Ledger on top by 2. Fairweather Lover off the inside in second. Lady Meringue stalks in third. Observer outside of her in fourth. A length back to Houdini's Bride, who scrapes the paint in fifth. Sixth place, the Tribe has Spoken, is about a length in front of Volamo, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And Celtic Ledger is the one to catch. Celtic Ledger comes off the turn, leading by 3. Fairweather Lover shaking up in second as it's Observer down the outside in third, followed up by the Tribe has Spoken fourth. 16th to go. Celtic Ledger leads by 2.5 over Fairweather Lover. It's Celtic Ledger give Worry 2 wins on the card. Fairweather Lover second, third Observer, fourth. The Tribe has Spoken. 8195. Number 8, Celtic Ledger first.
All right, coming up on race number 6, and thought that horse might get a little bit overlooked in here. Uh, it's basically a drop in class when you're going from a 16 to face our maiden claimers. But the big thing was the pace of the race. Andre very sharp today, knowing the racetrack and knowing the pace of these races to get the victory. That's why he was leading rider last year. He gets the win for Jeremiah. 6 races, an 11-9 claimer, going 6 furlongs, and you got the scratch of the 7 high yield hunk, and just looking at this race, you got a couple coming out of the same race, and it was a race won on the front by Sir Cartwright. You have Racer X comes out of there, Sweet Tone, and Neokos all come out of the same race, and it wasn't like they were a lot separated. Neokos probably got the best of it because of the distance of 5 furlongs, because he's more forwardly placed than a horse like Sweet Tone. Sweet Tone's going to appreciate going from 5 furlongs to 6 furlongs, the extra furlong after running in primarily routes at Tampa, mostly on the turf. But let's face it, he's got no early speed. They got to come back to him, and maybe that extra furlong, if the speed comes back, he's able to get there. But again, it's another race that doesn't have a ton of early speed. Disco Dancer appears to be the inside speed of the race. He's going to be out there. You figure Neokos would be the one to be closest to him early, may even be a little aggressive and try to press him to take over before everybody else gets going, because nobody else has any other speed other than Disco Dancer, and Neokos would be the second fastest. So he'll try to get first run on the rest of them and then try to hold off these horses that are going to like the little extra distance to try to make a run at him, like Sweet Tone, who appears to be the main threat. Sweet Tone, like I said, he may be able to turn the tables going from 5 furlongs to 6 furlongs, depending on the pace flow. And that's going to matter because Neokos, this is probably a perfect distance for him, especially with only one other speed in the race, where if he could put away Disco Dancer, at least take over from Disco Dancer before the other ones get going, get first run, it might be tougher for Sweet Tone to rally and get him. But that looks like the race with what happens there. Now, Racer X probably needed the last race. I guess that would be the only way to like him over the other two, because Nikos probably was better, and Sweet Tone guided past him at 5 furlongs because Racer X got tired. Now, maybe he needed the race. He'll be sharper this time, and he'll go the extra furlong, and we could see some improvement from Racer X for him to turn the tables on the other two. But he's going to have to run a lot better than what he did last time. But it's hard to like anybody else in here. Maybe you can make a case for Disco Dancer as the speed of the race, that he could land a share. But, Renew the Blues got some good works returning. She's got Jackie Davis on the horse today. So there's some things to like about some of the other ones. But to me, I thought the main 2 threats were Nikos and Sweet Tone, and it all depends on trips, because it is hard to separate the 2 of them. We scratched the 7, High Yield Hunk, Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in here.
Horses. Are on the track. Race 6 at Finger Lakes. Scratch a 7 high yield hunk. Number 1 is Doha Desert and Michael Davila Jr. Number 2 is Racer X and Kevin Navarro. Number 3 is Disco Dancer and Oscar Gomez. Number 4 is Sweet Tone and Luis Perez. Number 5, Renew the Blue, Jackie Davis. And number 6, Nikos, Chris Elliott, the rider. Post time in approximately 2 minutes or so. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 6. Horses have arrived at the starting gate, race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 6 furlongs. Claimers now winners of 2. Odds on favorite number 6, Nikos. 3-5. Second at this class level last time out. Doha Desert, the first to go in. The gray, Disco Dancer walking up. Sweet Tone. Renew the blue. And Nikos. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Disco Dancer motoring out for the front end. Nikos up front in second. And then it's Racer X who's behind the speed in third, followed up by Renew the Blue in fourth. 2 more lengths back to Doha Desert to the inside of Sweet Tone at the back of the pack. The field covered by 8 lengths as they race the half-mile pole. It's Disco Dancer to the inside of Nikos, and they're clear by 4. Racer X is a clear-cut third, and then a margin of 2 lengths to Renew the Blue and Sweet Tone, 4th and 5th, and Doha Desert's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. Midway on the turn, it's Nikos on top by a little over a length. Disco Dancer nudged upon to keep up in second. Racer X tracks in third. Sweet Tone circles up on the extreme outside in fourth. Renew the Blue towards the inside. And at the back, Doha Desert as they turn into the stretch. It's Nikos with 3/16 to go. Has the lead by 4. Sweet Tone to the outside of Racer X trying to bear down second and third. Sweet Tone's in second. 2 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Nikos on top by 2 over Sweet Tone with a last second rally on the outside. Nikos, Sweet Tone. Nikos holds over Sweet Tone. Then it was Racer X and Renew the Blue. 6425, number 6, Nico's first. 6 furlongs, 111.91. To the winner's circle, number 6, Nico's. New York bred, 4-year-old bay gelding by Jovia out of On the Hop. Michael Fazio, the owner. Greg Sacco, the trainer. Chris Elliott, the winning jockey. Fazio Stables bred Nikos. $3.88, the winning mutual. Double, $25.64. Exacta, $5.62. Try, $2.35. Super, 73 cents. Pick 4, $35.51. Seventh race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1 Gold Templar in the 6, 2:30 a.m. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time race 7 in about 20 minutes at 3:49 p.m. We got on Memorial Day chicken barbecue Fairport food truck out here at Finger Lakes. The Karuba's famous chicken barbecue is back at Finger Lakes on Memorial Day, located in front of the clubhouse. You can enjoy a delicious half chicken coleslaw, salt potatoes, and their famous garlic butter for just $16 or 2 for $30. Also on the track, apron, dine on all your summertime favorites via the Fairport Hots food truck, serving from noon until 4:30 p.m. Couple claims from the 6th race. The 4 Sweet Tone claimed Bernardo Mongil III, new owner. Rafael Regina, new trainer. And number 6 Nikos was claimed. Peter Pop Racing, Dana Saul, new trainer. Sweet Tone, Nikos both claimed out of race 6.
All right, we're in race 7 here. We got about 8 minutes to post. Looking back at the 6. Yeah, good job by Chris Elliott. He knew that Disco Dancer was the only speed, was able to stay close and took over at the right time before Sweet Tone got going. It's kind of how the complexion looked, and just Sweet Tone just couldn't quite get there because of the nice tactics by Chris Elliott to get that victory. Like I said, not much separates Nico's and Sweet Tone unless they go longer. Then Sweet Tone would obviously be the much better horse going a route. But good race to the finish, and that one will start the late pick 3. 7th race, an allowance race going 5 furlongs. We scratched the 1 Gold Templar in the 6, 2:30 a.m. Probably neither affected the race. Can we get a repeat of last year? What an impressive effort. You talk about an impressive race. How about your first race as a 3-year-old? You go 103 for 5.5. 103 at Finger Lakes, probably the fastest time we've had about 5 or 6 years at least. I haven't seen anything faster than that. And then unfortunately, in 104, Crescendo's Rain ran faster than he did at his last start in the slop. Quick horse. If he runs like he did last year fresh, he's going to be awfully tough. He doesn't have the kind of works going into this race he had last year, so that's the tricky read here. But Blamaker is very lightly raced, but very impressive. The outside speed to press him is Squire Creek. Squire Creek, not too bad of an effort off the layup for him. He was able to get the lead and almost held off a really good one. I mean, the heavy favor in there. They went 58 for the 5 furlongs. That's a pretty decent time as well for Finger Lakes. He may have to go 57 though to beat Blamaker. Remember the track record, Wondrous Wise, is 57-2. They might be close to that this race if these two run their race. This one right now, the main threat to Blamaker at 5-2, at 3-5 is Blamaker. You might get just a 1-2 speed number unless things get a little crazy out there trying to duel. And if they do, probably the best shot to close and get them would be the 4-3 Captains. And that's going to be the problem, is the distance. This horse has got absolutely no early speed trying to go 5 furlongs. He would really need help up front for these horses to really duel themselves out. But he's classy enough to run against these going in those open claimers. Interesting, though, he dropped to 5,000, was claimed out of that race. This horse is still eligible for starters. He could be in some good spots later in the year. Of course, probably too tough a spot as far as the win end in this race, but definitely classy enough to consider using in the top 3. But Blamaker and Squire Creek, the 2 speeds, are going to be tough to catch going 5 furlongs, especially if Blamaker runs anything close to that 103 5.5. That would probably be like 58 for this 5 furlongs. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered race 7. Only 2 races left of this Monday card. I guess we scratched the 1 Gold Templar and the 6, 2:30 a.m.
On the track, race number 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch the 1 and 6. Number 2 is Blamaker and Andre Worry. Number 3, Squire Creek, Cabercoa. Number 4, horse named Three Captains and Chris Elliott. Number 5 is Jansen, Joel Cruz. And number 7, Nostalgia's Smile, and Emmanuel De Diego. Post time in just a few minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. An allowance race going 5 furlongs. 3 to 5, number 2, Blamiker. 9 to 5, number 3, Squire Creek. Loading up race 7. Three captains, Jansen and Nostalgia's Smile. And they're all in the gate. And they're off. Blamiker goes out for the lead. Squire Creek right alongside in second. Then a couple lengths, now 3 lengths back to Jansen in third, who's a length in front of Nostalgia Smile, and a separation of 3.5 lengths to 3 captains in the fifth in trailing position. It's Blamiker who's on top by a half length over Squire Creek in second. Then a gap of about 6 lengths back to Jansen in third. Half length to Nostalgia Smile second last, and 4 lengths to the trailer. 3 captains. First quarter mile drilled in 22 seconds. It's Blamiker and Squire Creek. These two are clear by 8 lengths. Over Jansen in third. Nostalgia Smile goes wide for the stretch drive. 3 captains at the back. They're in upper stretch. It's Blamiker who's set down for the drive. Squire Creek outside, still in second. Third place belongs to Jansen. They run to the 16th pole. It's Blamiker who digs in along the inside. Squire Creek outside second. It's Blamiker. Give Worry 3 on the card. Squire Creek second. Jansen third. Close for fourth. 3 captains to the inside of Nostalgia Smile. Two, three, 5, and a photo for fourth. Number 2, Blamiker first. 5 furlongs, 57.96. Seventh race official, $2.32 the winning mutual. Dime Super, $2.28. 2354 in race 7. Double $5.46. Exacta $4.28. Trifecta $7.13. Official winner of the 7th race, making his 2026 debut, number 2, Blamaker. New York bred 4-year-old bay colt by Blame out of Thicker Than Water. My Purple Haze Stables owns Chris Engelhart, trains Andre Worry with a rotting triple today. Newtowner Stud Farm bred Blamaker. 8th race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 4, Invaluable Will. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final in about 20 minutes at 4:18 p.m.
Okay, getting ready to conclude this Monday card, and another impressive effort by Blamiker. I mean, Squire Creek didn't run badly either. I mean, the two of them ran 1-2 around the track, and 57 and change. Keep in mind the track record, Wondrous Wise, 57 and 2. That was way back in, 89. They was still in school. Blamiker, very impressive. Last year running 103, that was the fastest time. That held up all year for 5.5. I have a feeling that 57 and change is going to be tough to beat this year too, unless he does it again. But Squire Creek ran good too, and let's not take anything away from Jansine. That was Julie Pearson's first start as a trainer. Congratulations to her for finishing third against that tough field. I think that one's going to be a lot better going longer. See more from her horses. That was her first career start. Okay, last race, a 4,000 claimer going 5 furlongs. Scratch the favorite, the 4, Valuable Will, I thought looked almost like a standout considering the quality of the field. It really opens up this last race, and really tough to come up with a winner if you're looking at this race. And it might come down to the trip. And this track record, Wondrous Wise, and of course Blamiker's time, is not in danger from these horses in this last race. But that's why it's fun. It's these 4,000 claimers, probably one of the best betting races of the day to jump in there, because you're not going to have a true favorite in this last race. Now, start with Interchanger. He ended up being my second choice just because he's had a lot of chances and he finishes second and third a lot. Him, like Rockable, both two-time winners. They're both eligible for the 5,003 lifetime, but they opt to start here, and it's probably easier, so it's probably not a bad idea to try this spot. Problem is a lot of these horses are off the layoff. The only horse that's run this season, or this year I should say, would be Almond Cider, who ran on the 28th. Other than that, nobody's run this year, making this race that much more of a puzzle to finish out the day. Let's see, Jose Ventura rarely wins. He rarely rides, but he's going to be aboard Rockable. Rockable showing a bullet work on April 24th. Last work was not so special, but you look at his last race last year, he ran good. It's good enough to beat this field. He lost only a length to Courageous Ola, the speedy Courageous Ola, against 5,000 claimers. One of the main contenders, I would say, Rockable. And going back to Interchanger, he's probably the best horse as far as times and numbers. The problem is he doesn't win. And he's a good horse to use, but not necessarily on top. If he could get close to the lead at this 5 furlong distance, it may not matter. He may beat these horses anyway. The speed of the race comes from the 5, Haps Victory. They're going to take the blinkers off for this race. Not sure if that's going to be good or bad. Doesn't have a very good form, but there's absolutely no speed in here that Haps Victory shouldn't have trouble getting the lead if he wants it, unless he, taking the blinkers off, lost some of his speed. But, it's hard to really love this horse either, because he's stopping pretty badly. I mean, he lost by 31 lengths in his last start at Park. So one thing you could say, he comes out of the strongest race of any of them, even though that was way back in December. The 7 is Sugar's Last Hope. Again, he's the one that does have better numbers than a lot of these, but he's been away the longest. He's been off since June of last year, so 11 months away from the races, and he was running for 4,000 in Penn. But keep in mind, the 2 and 6 months and 1 and 6 months 4,000 in Penn is a lot better than this condition for 4,000 here at Finger Lakes. So in that sense, if they ran this race last summer, Sugar's Last Hope would win. Well, he's a year away from the races, so now you got a big question mark. But at least he's a 5-time winner in 15 starts. He's won a third of his races. It's also a big positive if you're back in that one. Well, somebody's going to win this last race for 4,000, and I hope it's you. Try to play some tries and supers in here. That's where the value is going to be. We are going to continue with live racing. We got a full 3 days of racing this week, Tuesday and Wednesday. Yeah, we just drew for the George Barker Stakes for Memorial Day. Looks like a 12-horse field, bulky full field for the Barker. That's going to be the feature. It should come out. We got a lot of specials going on that day, including the feature race. And we got the chicken barbecue. That's next week, Memorial Day. Next live racing day will be tomorrow, though, with a 12:55 first post. I'll see you then.
Coming on the track for the 8th race, scratch the 4. Number 2, it looks like, will lead the post for Rain Almond Cider and Luis Pena. Number 3 is Rockable, Jose Ventura. Number 5, Haps Victory, Andre Worry. Number 6, Smokin' Alone, John Barrios. Number 7, Sugar's Last Hope, Chris Russell. And on the backstretch is the 1, Interchanger, and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses at the gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 to go 5 furlongs. Two left to load. Smoking Alone and Sugar's Last Hope. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Almond Cider who rushes out for the front end. Interchanger up the inside in second. And then it's Rockable to the inside of Sugar's Last Hope, third and fourth. Haps Victory gets on track towards the inside fifth. 4 lengths off the lead, now up into fourth. And at the back, that is Smokin' Alone. As they go on to the turn, it's Almond Cider on top by a length and a half. Over Haps Victory in pursuit in second. Rockable's outside in third. Interchanger losing position in fourth. Then it's Sugar's Last Hope in fifth, and 3 lengths to Smokin' Alone, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. And it's Almond Cider, who is the first to face us coming off the turn, leading by 2. Haps Victory cut loose on the outside in second. Rockable shaken up in third. 5.5, 6 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Almond Cider leads by 2.5 lengths over Haps Victory, and then it's Rockable in third. And deep stretch, it's Almond Cider in front. Rockable second, third Haps Victory, fourth Sugar's Last Hope. Two, three, five, seven. Almond Cider first. 5 furlongs, 59.88. Two, three, five, seven. Almond Cider back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 7-year-old chestnut gelding by Shackelford out of Bourbon's Rafi. Ramon Vasquez, senior owner-trainer. Luis Pena, the winning jockey. Russell Cohen, bred almond cider. $10.32 the winning mutual. Double $15.38. Super $51.05. Pick 3 $6.85. Pick 5 $88.88. Exacta 46.30. Trifecta $56 and 2 pennies. Pick 3 $6.85. Pick 4 $71.95. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. First post 12:55 p.m. And we will also be racing on Wednesday, same post time. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.